Judging our National Eastern Regional Southdown show today is Jeff Rapaski of Lonsdale, Minnesota. Jeff farms full-time, and on their operation, he owns and operates Northern Star Livestock Service, where they run around 350 to 400 Southdown and black-faced and white-faced weather-type ewes. Jeff has judged numerous state fairs and national shows all over the country, including the Big E before, and he's happy to be back. Jeff has also sat on the American Southdown Association Board of Directors for several years. Let's welcome Jeff Rapaski to your National Eastern Regional Southdown show.
Yearling buck class. The buck I'm going to start with, I think he excels for me on the move. A buck that really gets out and he travels free and easy and well. A buck that's extended up through his front end. It just happens he's the biggest structured buck in the class. I'm going to be the first to tell you, I don't get wrapped up in size if they're real big or they're not, as long as they're structurally good and they can get out and move and they got the right amount of muscle attached to that skeleton. But for this buck, he handles really good. He touches good. He's square out through his hooks through his pins, and he got plenty of width in the center part of his stifle. I think this is a logical place to start this class. The buck in second, I really like the skin on this buck, the way he touches. I like his shoulder, the way it lays. I like his chest floor. Probably better than our class winning buck. For me today, I get him into motion. He narrows up at the ground. He frills up in his bone work compared to our class winner. We can change that about him, and he can win the class for me pretty easily. The buck comes next in line. A buck that for me just gets a little bit bolder in his shoulder. He gets a little outside of himself when you put him into motion also. Not quite as square from his hooks to his pins compared to the two bucks that were right in front of him today. Then we round out the buck here in fourth hole. Another kind of a same type of deal. A buck that for me gets a little bit softer to his touch. He's a little bit more bold in the lower point of his shoulders compared to the three right above him. Buck, I do appreciate the amount of bone that he stands on and the way he gets out and travels. Nice class of yearling bucks.
Next class is Senior Ram Lambs. Placing on the Yearling Ram class, first place goes to entry 830, Forsey R24-233. Jessica Larry Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 255 pounds. Second place to entry 831, Forsey R24-255. Alyssa Nyket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 227. Third, first in the junior show to entry 829, Gould 2409, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. That ram weighing 251. And fourth, second in the junior show to entry 228, Gould 2406, also Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. Southdowns were developed in the Sussex Hills of England in the late 1700s or the early 1800s. They were imported into the United States in 1820s. Southdowns produce a medium fleece that is the finest of the British down breeds. Of the imported meat breeds, the Southdown was the first breed to be brought into the United States. Southdowns are one of the most popular breeds in the United States, primarily with our youth programs, but as well in our adult programs as well.
here in the senior buck class, or fall buck. The buck I'm going to start with, I think he puts the most good pieces together for me. A buck that gets out and travels really easily. He's real free on the move. A buck that's really long down his spine. He percents out really good. He lays into a really good smooth shoulder where his neck attaches. That's where he excels for me over the buck in second. I'll be the first to grant the buck in second is the more massive buck. As far as his muscle dimension goes, his top shape, he's more opened up and busted open in his rib cage. A buck that for me gets a little deeper in the front third of his body. He wants to push that front shoulder quite a bit when you get him into motion compared to our class winner. That's why I need to change him to make him get him ahead of the one we win with. The buck in third, a real long-sided buck. He percents out extremely long from the 13th rib back. Excuse me. A buck that's really smoothly put together. A buck for me today, compared to the two right in front of me, he just runs out of natural thickness and muscling to get him up any higher in class today. But a really nice individual, really well-constructed buck. The buck comes next in line, a little bigger statured buck. A buck that for me, he gets a lot plainer through the front third of his body. He gets deeper shouldered. He gets deeper through the front or through his chest floor, especially when you get him into motion. A buck that when you get your hands on him also, he doesn't handle near as much natural thickness and muscling compared to the two or the three above him. And when you get him into motion, he's the narrowest of the three and the right above him also. Then we round out the class with a buck. I say a lot of the same things about when you get up over top of this buck, just need more product in him. He needs busted open more and more dimension, excuse me, more capacity to him to compete any higher today.
Our next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 8:35, Miniter 2517, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. That ram weighing 200 pounds. Second place to 8:34, Miniter 2513, also Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. That ram weighing 215. Third place to 8:33, Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 179. 4 to entry 8:32, Jessica Leary Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. And 5, first in the junior show to 12:241, Half Acre Farm 02, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. Again, we're now showing for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram.
Let's put our hands together for this senior drive. I got 4 individuals out here I'm real happy with. I got the sheep are really sound, they're really complete that I got out here. I'll go out and I'll show you the 2 I like the best for my senior drive.
Senior champion ram goes to our first place animal in the senior ram lamb class. Entry 835, Miniter 2517, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. The reserve senior champion to entry 830, first in the yearling ram class, Forsey R24 233, Jessica Larry Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. First trivia question for the Southdown Show. In 2015, 10 years ago, two junior exhibitors dominated the 2015 Southdown Show, winning every class with one exception. Just one class they did not. Who were those two juniors? Two separate exhibitors. Who were those two juniors? And the answer to that question, those two juniors were Lexi Grace of New Hampshire and Derek Wilson of Pennsylvania.
January buck I'm going to start with. He's the smoothest in his shoulder design. He hooks up the most correctly in his neck junction. In a bucket, when you get him into motion, he excels the class the way he gets out and he goes and he travels. A bucket percents out extremely long from his 13th rib back. I really like the dimension he's got, and as far as his rib cages, he's got enough muscle for me today. I like that he stands on a really good set of feet and legs, and he's a little heavier structured in his bone work compared to our buck in second. The buck in second, I'd like to sure just change his front end design a little bit. I'd like to change the way his neck ties into him. That shoulder for me, a buck that is, I'll grant, he's the thicker buck. He's got more natural thickness to him, basically working through the center part of his leg. But a buck, when I get him into motion, he wants to struggle a little off them back wheels compared to our class winner. We need to change in the aspects to get him around the buck we win with. Same would kind of be said the same thing here. A buck neck coming next in line, a bucket. When you stand back and start analyzing a sheep, he gets way too plain and too deep to the front third of his body for me today. Not long enough front end or neck extension compared to the bucks that were right in front of him today to get him up any higher in class. Round out with a bucket, a more youthful appearing buck here in the fourth hole. A bucket for me, when you get up over the top of him and start analyzing him, he's just not near as much of him. And when you get him into motion, he wants to come up out of his spine some compared to the bucks that were right in front of him today. Nice class of bucks.
Next class will be February Ram Lambs. Placing on the January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 837, Clark 2511, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 200 pounds. Second, first in the junior show, to 839, San Meadow 2510, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. That ram weighing 214. Third, second in the junior show, to 836, Wiersbicki 409, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. That ram weighing 203. And fourth place to 838, Jessica Larry Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts.
The buck I'm going to start with, he's the smoothest made. He's the best on the move. A buck is his feet and leg placement is really, really good when you get him into motion. This buck, he's got more than adequate amount of muscle, and for me, I like the way his shoulder lays, his neck set's good, his breed type is exceptionally well for me today. A buck I like a lot. He wins this class from the time he comes in to now. The buck in second, a buck maybe for me, he gets a little bigger in his neck. He maybe gets a little bolder shouldered. A bucket, I'd like to change when I get him into motion, but I can say that about the next two in line. The buck next in line, a bucket's really smooth made until you get him into motion. That's where I like to change him. He comes up out of his top line a lot more than I'd like for him. He frails up in his bone work compared to the two right in front of him for me to get him up any higher in class. We come into the buck in fourth. The buck shortens up from flank to flank quite a bit. He shortens up from his 13th rib back. A bucket gets a little rounder through the front third of his body compared to the ones right above him. For me, I need to lengthen him out mostly to get him up any higher in class. Excuse me. The buck comes next in line, a really youthful, young appearing buck, and I appreciate a lot of things about that in this class for him. A buck is really true and honest. You get your hands on him, he presents out really good. He's got a nice touch to him. You get him in motion, he doesn't disappoint you one bit. He gets out, he's free and easy. The problem for me today is I get up right in behind him and get over top of him compared to the predecessors in front of him. There just ain't enough of him for me to get him any higher today and justify it. Nice class of spring or February buck lambs.
Placing on the class of February Ram Lambs for our Southdown show. First place goes to entry 842, Miniter 2524. Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana, a lamb weighing 180. Second place, first in the junior show, to entry 850, San Meadow 2517, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut, that ram weighing 212. Third to entry 849, Brady Clark, Gilman, New Hampshire, that ram weighing 194. Fourth place to entry 843, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. Fifth, second in the junior show to 841, Coon Mills, 2524, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. Sixth place to 844, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Seventh place to entry 848, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. Eighth place to 846, Rhodes Southdowns, Mendon, Massachusetts. 9 to entry number 851, and that's third in the junior show, to William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut. 10 to entry number 847, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts, and 11th place, fourth in the junior show, to Robert Kaczynski of Hatfield, Massachusetts.
Bucklam I'm going to start with here in the March class or late class. The buck is really nice and smooth in his design, his shoulder. His neck comes out the way it needs to. Buck, when I get him into motion, he's a little truer, and he's when you get him into motion, as far as the way he tracks, he's real nice out through from his hooks to his pins and through the center part of his stifle. The buck in second, really pretty buck as far as his shoulder lays, his neck extension. A buck, I'd just maybe like to open him up a little bit in his rib cage compared to our class winner. And when I get him into motion, I'd like to maybe just level him out from his hooks to his pins, maybe make him travel a little bit wider at the ground compared to our class winner to get him up any higher. The buck in third, a real pretty profile on buck. A buck that when I get right in behind him, just not near as much natural thickness, not as much stifle shape compared to the two right in front of him to get him up any higher today in class. And coming next in line with a buck that's real long-bodied, extremely long-bodied. Problem with this buck, when you get him into motion, he wants to come up out of his spine. He wants to not relax himself. He doesn't travel quite as free and easily as he needs to off them rear two wheels to get him up any higher in class today. Then we round out the class, a buck I'd like to change the way his neck sets comes out of his front end. I'd like to just maybe level him up from his hooks to his pins for me and give him a shot more muscle compared to the ones above him.
Our next class will be pair of ram lambs. Placing on the March Ram Lamb class for our Southdown show, first in the junior show, is 853 Wilds 2516 Hermes. William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. That ram weighing 155. Second in the junior show to entry 855 BK 2414 Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. That ram weighing 147. Third place to entry 852 John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 126. Fourth place to 854 Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. And third in the junior show to 856 Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ram. Placing on the pair ram lamb class, first place goes to Miniter, Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Fourth, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. 5 to Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. Sixth place to Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. 7 to Jessica Leary Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Eighth place to John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. And ninth place to Robert Kaczynski of Hatfield, Massachusetts.
Let's give you the exhibitors a nice round of applause. Out here in this junior Ram Lamb Drive, I got 6 individuals out here. I found one that I really liked in class. I'm going to stick with him. I'll go out and I'll show you him, and I'll pick my reserve. I think follows up a lot, type and kind, and really closely. Nice set of bucks, so let's give him a round of applause again.
Our junior champion ram goes to our class winner of the February Ram Lamb class, entry 842, Miniter 2524, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. The reserve junior champion to our class winner from the January class, entry 837, Clark 2511, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ram. Winner of the Grand Champion Ram Award receives an award from A.L. Hayward Southdowns of North Yarmouth, Maine. And our Reserve Grand Champion, an award from Don and Deborah Hopkins of North Scituate, Rhode Island.
I'm really happy with this buck show. I got the 4 individuals out here. I'm still, I guess, I'll be honest, I haven't made up my mind on reserve, but I've got my champion buck slated. I know which one I'm going to use on him. But I think there's 4 awful good individuals out here. There's a pair of bucks that I think follow awfully close. I just got to make up in my mind which way I want to go. But for me today, let's give him a nice round of applause, and I'll go out and I'll show you my champion buck. I like both these bucks on the front row quite a bit. The fall buck gives you a notch more added dimension as far as his rib shape and his muscle mass. A buck is really good down his top line. A buck for me, I get him into motion. Maybe he wants to get a little bit plainer in the bottom side of his chest floor, but it's not terrible by no means. But a buck that his shoulder lays right, his necktie's good. Like I said, he gives you a notch more shot added dimension as far as when you get up over top of him. This reserve junior champion buck, a buck that's really long-sided buck. He's got nice touch to him. He's good from his 13th rib back. A buck, he stands on a little more substance to bone than our fall buck. A buck that's really extended and nice the way he lays into his shoulder. Like I said, I just had to make up my mind which way I wanted to go. I'm going to hand him one more time, and I'll show you which one I'm going to use for reserve.
Grand Champion Ram goes to entry number 842, first out of the February Ram Lamb class, and our Junior Champion Ram, Miniter 2524, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. The reserve Grand Champion was 837, first in the January Ram Lamb class, and our reserve Junior Champion, Clark 2511, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for Junior Show Champion and Junior Show Reserve Champion Ram. In this Junior Show drive for their champion, the winner will receive an award from KDW Southdowns of South Windsor, Connecticut. And the exhibitor with the reserve champion ram in the junior show will receive an award from My Halleck Farm of Wellington, Connecticut.
Let's give these juniors a nice round of applause. I'll go out and I'll show you a champion reserve buck for your junior show.
Our junior show champion ram is 853, first in the March Ram Lamb class. Wilds 2516, Hermes. William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut. The reserve junior show champion is entry number 850 out of the February Ram Lamb class. Sand Meadow 2517, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. We're now ready for Best Headed Ram. Best Headed Ram will be your next class. Lauren and Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York, will present the award for Best Headed Ram. Best headed ram goes to entry number 842 out of the February Ram Lamb class. Our grand champion ram, Minotaur 2524. Minotaur Southdown's Nick Minotaur, Lebanon, Indiana. We are now ready to move to class number 1 of our yearling ewes. We have 2 classes of yearling ewes. This is the first class. These ewes were born the 2nd day of September through and including the 11th day of January. Class 1 yearling ewes will be your next class in the ring.
I'll apologize for taking a little extra on this class, but man, this is a good set of yearling ewes. I may know a thing or two about this breed. I really like this set of yearling ewes. They're big, but they got a lot to them. You get your hands on them, they don't disappoint you at all. For me, the ewe, it come down to these top two pretty much from, I don't know, 15th, 16th on. I knew these were going to be my top two ewes. I just decided how I wanted to go. The ewe I start with, elegant, extremely pretty fronted. Her shoulder lays so good. Her neck ties where it needs to. She comes up. She's got a beautiful head, breed type about her. Could you add some more muscle into the center part of her stifle? Sure. But I think she's a lady. She's awful pretty. She's really elegant when she goes into motion. That's where she excels, our second place ewe. When you get this sheep into motion, you ask her to go, she gets out and she goes and she travels. She's on a good set of feet and legs, a really good stout bone work underneath of her. I really like this ewe quite a bit. She percents out really well. The ewe in second, more of her. Yep, absolutely. You get your hands on her. She's also got more weight on her than I would prefer. I burn a little more condition off this ewe. Maybe she rivals our ewe we win the class with a little more, except for when you asked her to go. I'd like to change the way she gets around the ring. She wants to stumble. She slows up on you on them back wheels. When you ask her to go, she wants to drag them a little. We need to get her to move freer and easier to rival our first place yearling ewe for me today. The third place ewe, another really extremely nice ewe. Very nice about her handle when you get your hands on her. She's got a little more weight on her also. I'd like to just change her way her neck comes out of her shoulder. If we can do that about her, maybe we can move her up. But she's an awful high-quality individual in her own right. Another one that gets around the ring free and easy when you asked her to go. Like I said, I just like to change her neck set about her a little bit. The ewe in four, really pretty ewe. I like a lot of things about her. For me today, she doesn't tie quite as nicely from her hooks to her pins, and especially where her hook loin or hip loin juncture ties in. She wants to get a little duck-tailed for me. She doesn't have near as much natural thickness and muscling compared to the three right above her today to get up any higher in class, but another high-quality individual. The next ewe in line, a ewe is carrying a little more weight once again. A ewe is also real pretty fronted. Her shoulder lays good, her neck's good. She's super straight down her top. I get in behind her. I need to change the way she travels off her rear legs, and I need to give her just a little more natural thickness, especially through the center part of her stifle, to get her any higher in class today. Extremely high quality set of yearling ewes.
Class 2 yearling ewes will be next. Those ewes born between February 12 and March 21. Placing on Class 1 yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 873, Sunrise Southdowns 1371, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 202. Second place to entry number 875, Clark 2410, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 225. Third place to entry number 868, Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 229. Fourth place to 870, Alyssa Niquette, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Fifth place to entry 896, Sunrise Southdowns, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Sixth place to entry number and first in the junior show to entry 865, Sand Meadow, 2401, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Seventh place, second in the junior show to 874, Northern Star Livestock Service, 24041, Amelia Withington, Baltic, Connecticut. Eighth place to 871, Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. Ninth place to 867, Jessica Leary Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 10, third in the junior show to 878, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 11 to entry number 869, Alyssa Niquette, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 12, fourth in the junior show to 897, William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut. 13 to 876, Jessica Leary Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. And 14, fifth in the junior show to 877, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire.
Another really exceptional class of yearling ewes. I'm going to start with. For me, she balances up just a nickel better. I like the way she comes out of her point of her shoulder a little better in our ewe in second, especially when you get her into motion. Her blade stays together better, more tidy and neat. A ewe handles extremely well down her top line, comes out in a big flat loin and into a hip. She's got plenty of center stifle to her. I really like her underline under this ewe. She gets out and she travels really free and easy on that set of feet and legs. Just an awful high quality individual. The ewe in second, I'll be the first grant. She's longer from flank to flank. Like I said, in my first place deal, I'd like to just make her tie a little bit better in her top point of her shoulder, especially when you get her into motion. She wants to open up in the top of that shoulder blade. A ewe gets a nickel up out of her spine and her loin. When you get her into motion and when she's propped up, when you get right in behind her, just not quite as robust and full out through from her hooks to her pins and through the center part of her stifle as we win the class with, but that's really nitpicking on another high quality female. That's an awful good pair up there on top. You could trade them however you want and probably justify it more than you'd without a doubt. The ewe comes in third. This is a really complete ewe for me today. I think she gets a little plainer and she gets a little deeper through the front third of her blade, shoulder, and her body compared to the two right in front of her today. She shortens up from flank to flank from the two that are right in front of her. But another ewe, when you get your hands on her, she's super fresh. She handles really good down her top line, out through her loin, out into her hip. Stands on a really good set of feet and legs. Like I said, just if we could blow her apart and stretch her out flank to flank, I think she comes. You get her in you get her up in the equation more. The ewe comes next in line. My personal preference, I need to change her color. I think she's getting a little dark for me, and that's just, like I said, my personal preference. I like them a tick lighter than she is. I like to maybe put some more wool on that channel down her. But I think when you get your hands on her, this ewe deserves to be out here in the top 5. She's extremely good in her top line and back into her loin. She handles hard. She's got a lot of muscle working into her. She's super opened up in her cage. Like I said, if I can just change her color, then I think we can reshuffle her. They kind of can say the same thing the next ewe in line. A ewe maybe just not quite as balanced in her underline compared to the ones above her today. She gets a little deeper through the front third of her body. I need to drop her in her flank. I need to maybe just give her a little bit more from her hooks to her pins compared to the ones right above her today. But I'm telling you, that's an awful good set of yearling ewes again.
Next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Placing on Class 2 of our yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 880 Clark 2487. Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 217 pounds. Second place to entry 883 Sunrise 1374. Sunrise Southdowns, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 212. Third place to 881, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 183. Fourth place to entry number 886, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Fifth, 885, Minotaur Southdowns, Nick Minotaur, Lebanon, Indiana. Sixth, Minotaur Southdowns, Nick Minotaur, Lebanon, Indiana. Seventh place to, and first in the junior show, to entry 892, Lebanon Regional ASTE 2409, Taylor Ruido, Colchester, Connecticut. Eighth place, second in the junior show, to 895, Gould 2405, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. 9 to entry 887, Jessica Leary, Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 10th place, third in the junior show, to 889, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 11th place and fourth in the junior to 891, Victoria Robinson, Swansea, New Hampshire. 12th place to entry 890, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. 13 to entry and fifth in the junior show to 899, William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut. 14, sixth in the junior show to 900, also Emily and William Wilds. 15 and 7th in the junior show to 894, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. Next class will be early fall ewe lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to Lexi Grace, Misty Meadows, Oxfords, and Sunrise Southdowns. Lexi's from Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place to Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. 4, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. Fifth place to Alyssa Niquette, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Sixth place to Kevin Rhodes, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Seventh place, Jessica Leary Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Eighth place, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 9, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. And 10th place to William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut.
ewe up on the top end is a combination ewe for me. Super, super good when you get your hands on her. She's got a lot to her. She's really opened up and robust in her rib cage. She got a big top, really big flat loin and hip in her. Moves around the ring really good. Got substance of bone to her. I just like this ewe quite a bit. She wins the class very handily. The real immature ewes in second. I elected to go with her. She was my problem sheep kind of all along. I'll be the first to admit. Excuse me. I had to decide how far up I wanted to run with her. And the more I kept shaking it up and bringing that out in my head, I decided she had to be second, just from the standpoint of she's really fresh. She's elegant. And when you get her into motion, she doesn't disappoint you one bit. I really like the way her shoulder lays, her neck lays, ties in correctly. You get your hands on her. She's as big down her top and out over her loin, her hip as anything other than maybe our class winner. Just not near as much of her today, I'll be honest. The ewe in third, a ewe that gets a little more, I don't want to say coarse, but she gets a little more down-fronted for me. She's a little more opened up in her shoulder blade than I care for. I'd like to just jack her up, make her run uphill a little more. I'd like to peel just a little weight off of her, maybe to get her up higher today in class. We run into another real fresh, young appearing sheep. Just shortens up flank to flank for me. Maybe she lays kind of like our second ewe, just doesn't travel near as good as our second ewe. To be honest, to get her up any higher in class today. I really like this fifth place ewe as far as from flank to flank. Her front extension, her neck extension is really good on her. From my problem with her is from her hooks to her pins and their back. She narrows up for me quite a bit. She doesn't have near enough muscle and natural thickness to her. And when you get at the ground, she's quite a bit frailer than anything else we got in the class. And when you put her into motion, she's as narrow at the ground as anything we got.
Next class is late fall ewe lambs. Placing on the class of early fall ewe lambs. First place to entry 917, Clark 24179, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 173. Second place to entry number 925, Foxfield 2517, Jessica Larry Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 126. Third place to entry number 918, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. That ewe weighing 188. Fourth place to 927, Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. Fifth place to entry 914, Alyssa Niquette, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Sixth, first in the junior show to 913, Sand Meadow 2502, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Seventh place, second in the junior show to 919, Wilds 2502, Twinkie, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Eighth place to entry 921, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 9 to 924, Jessica Larry Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 10th place to 9:15, Alyssa Nyket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 11th to 9:26, Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. 12th place, third in the junior show to 9:23, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. 13, fourth in the junior show to 9:22, Amelia Withington, Baltic, Connecticut. And 14, fifth in the junior show to entry 9:16, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Following this late fall ewe lamb class, our next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
This class sure shook together awful easy for me. The ewe lamb I'm going to win with, boy, I like her a bunch. Her way her shoulder lays, her neck, you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint you any. She's really got a nice touch. I really, really like her breed type about this female. She's the right color for me. For her, she's jet black at her points. She's really good out from her hooks to her pins, and when you get her into motion, she travels as good as anything we got in the class. Awful good late fall ewe lamb. Ewe lamb falls most tight playing kind as the ewe lamb in second. Maybe ewe lamb is not quite as tight and needy in her chest for as our class winner. Ewe lamb, I'll be the first to grant, she probably is more robust and opened up in her rib cage compared to our class winner. I just got too much neat factor in the ewe lamb that we win the class with to get around her with this one. We round out the class with a bigger structured ewe lamb here in third. When I get her into motion, she doesn't travel near as free and easy, especially off her back two wheels compared to our ones that are above her in class today.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion. Results from the late fall ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 930, Minotaur 2515, Minotaur Southdowns, Nick Minotaur, Lebanon, Indiana. That ewe weighing 125. Second to 929, Minotaur 2514, Minotaur Southdowns, Nick Minotaur, Lebanon, Indiana. That ewe weighing 147. Third, first in the junior show, to 928, Wilds 2504, Gucci. William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. That ewe weighing 168. In this class, Rhodes Southdowns of Minden, Massachusetts offers an award for our senior champion ewe, and Jessica Leary an award for our reserve senior champion ewe.
Let's put a good set of hands together for this group of seniors. Said before, kind of partial this breed. It's a good set of females for the senior drive. I mean, I'd take a handful of these home, be flat honest. I'm not exactly sure. There's a couple different ways it can go, and I'll justify it. I like that ewe comes out of the first class. Boy, her front third of her body, her neck, the way her shoulder lays, she's good. I mean, boy, she's long neck. She's pretty to look at. Do you want to give her more muscle? Make her perfect? Absolutely. But she's a good female. When you get her in motion, she doesn't disappoint you at all either. The ewe in second, maybe a little more compact, but she balances up awful well. She is a female when you get your hands on her. This old girl, she's chock full of muscle. She's got a big old rack in her, big loin, wide, got plenty of muscle shape. When you asked her to go, another one that, boy, she just gets out and she motors really super well. The early fall ewe lamb, kind of a combination of the two yearling ewes. A ewe that's extended and smooth-shouldered, and but when you get over top of her and behind her, this ewe's got quite a bit of muscle to her. She gets out, she travels really good. I think she's in contention awful hard, right up in with the yearling ewes. The late fall ewe lamb, boy, talk about a sweetheart. the way her chest floor lays up into her, her shoulder lays, her neck. She's good on her breed type. She get your hands on her, she's flat in her loin and back through her hip area and got plenty of muscle. Would I like to stouten her up at the ground? Maybe a nickel, but that's getting really, really picky. I'll go out and I'll take one more stroll and I'll show you the two I like the best out of this senior drive.
Our senior champion goes to entry 917 out of the early fall ewe lamb class. Clark, 24179, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Our reserve senior champion to our class winner of the first yearling ewe class, 873, Sunrise Southdowns, 1371, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. We are now ready to go into January ewe lambs. January ewe lambs. This is one full class. Here's another trivia question. What Southdown breeder, this is in 2010, 15 years ago, what Southdown breeder had a great show day with 10 class wins, plus the junior champion ram, reserve grand champion ram, senior champion ewe, grand champion ewe, and premier breeder? Then at the end of week one, their grand champion ewe was selected as supreme champion ewe over all breeds for that week. And the answer to that question is Northern Star Livestock Service of Minnesota.
Elam I'm going to start with. I think she excels the class as far as when you get your hands on her. Her top, her rack shape back over her loin and out through her hip excels anything we got out here. And when you put her into motion, she goes when she wants to. Her chest floor and the way her shoulder lays, I really like. Her neck ties in good. The ewe in second, really pretty picture you when this girl down and she's showing her just the way she is right now. You get your hands on her, she shortens up a little bit compared to our class winner. Where she gets beat today is from her hook stir pins. If I can make her as wide and bold as their class winner, we can start with this ewe. The ewe and I win the class with, I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to change the knot in the center part of her spine. But I think when she gets out and she moves, it doesn't deviate from her. She doesn't get high in her spine. It just stays. I think for me, she's got to win, but I really like this ewe in the second. As far as her profile goes, her shoulder lays good, her neck's good. Like I said, just change her hip a little bit out. Now we can push that class winner quite a bit. The ewe in third, really, really pretty ewe from the side. Once again, she matches up with our class winner quite a bit. The only difference between our ewe in third and our class winner is center stifle shape. She doesn't have near as much stifle shape and expression, especially over her rack and through the center part of her leg compared to our class winner, the two right in front of her. We changed that about her. I think she rivals the top two pretty hard. The ewe in third, this ewe does have a lot more muscle. You get in behind her, she's busted open, got a lot of center of body. She's got a lot more stifle shape. She's in a smaller package. That doesn't bug me so much. She shortens up when you get your hands on her compared to the three right in front of her. That's why it lands her in my fourth hole for me. The ewe in five is a bigger statured ewe, big bone. I'd like to just change her from her hooks to her pins, make her level her out, especially when she goes into motion. Change the way her neck set is just a tiny bit to make her get her up any higher in class. Nice class of January ewe lambs, though.
Next will be our Class 1 February ewe lambs. Those animals born February 1st through and including February 10. Class 1 February ewes will be your next class. Results for our class of January ewe lambs. First to entry 936, Clark 2510, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 158. Second, first in the junior show, to entry 932, Wilds 2505, Champ, William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 143. Third place to entry 95, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 153. Fourth to entry 931, Lexi Grace of Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Fifth, second in the junior show to 12067, Wilds 2531. Mackenzie Christensen, Lebanon, Connecticut. Sixth place, third in the junior show to 940. Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 7-4 in the junior show to 939. William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Wellington, Connecticut. Eighth place, fifth in the junior show to Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 9, sixth in the junior show to Rebecca Risley, Amston, Connecticut. 10th place to entry 942, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 7 in the junior show to 941, Grace Thayer, Cummington, Massachusetts. And 12th, 8th in the junior show to 938, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. One more trivia. In 2005, that's 20 years ago, 2 exhibitors basically dominated the Southdown show that year. Who were they? Between them, they won 14 classes and both premier awards. And the answer to that question was Donnie and Deborah Hopkins from Rhode Island with 8 class wins, and Kimberly Thayer from Massachusetts with 6 class wins, and they split the 2 premier awards.
Nice class February ewe lambs here, or the first class February's. Ewe lamb I'm going to start with. Once again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I like her really. Her shoulder lays good, the way her neck comes out. For me, I just like the way her rear leg placement, especially the way she's got some set to her hock. She puts it down at the ground when she goes at you. That's where I'd like to change my second place ewe. I'd like to give this ewe a little more set. I'd like to maybe make her have a little more authority when you put her into motion, especially off them rear legs, the way she sets them down. But that's an awful good pair up on top. Very nice. Both of them very high quality individuals. The ewe in second probably is a little bit more stouter when you get up over top of her as far as that from her hooks to her pins. I don't think she's got any more center stifle muscle than the ewe we win the class, and I know she's not any bigger loin for sure. The ewe comes next in third, gets a little bit rounder in her lower part of her shoulder, especially when you get her into motion. She wants to come up out of her spine a little bit for me today. If I can change them things about her, we maybe can shuffle her up in the mix a little more. A really pretty profile on you here in four. A young lady does an awful nice job presenting her and showing her. For me today, when you get your hands on her is where we run into a problem on this ewe. She shortens up quite a bit from her 13th rib back versus the three that's right in front of her today, but an awful high quality individual in her own right. Come next in line, a ewe lamb. For me, she gets a little plainer in the front third of her body, a little deeper especially in her front third and her chest floor versus her flank. We just need to drop her in the flank, maybe lengthen her out from her hooks to her pins compared to the ones above her today to get her any higher.
Next class will be our second class of February ewe lambs, those born February 15 through and including the 26th day of February. Placing on our Class 1 February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 945, Miniter 2526, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana, that ewe weighing 132. Second place, first in the junior show to 947, San Meadow 2516, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 153. Third place to entry number 944, Miniter 2527, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana, that ewe weighing 152. Fourth, second in the junior show to 943, Forsey E 25085, Amelia Withington, Baltic, Connecticut. Fifth place to entry number 951, Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. Sixth, third in the junior show to 946, Victoria Robinson, Swansea, New Hampshire. Seven, fourth in the junior show to 950, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Eighth place, fifth in the junior show to 949, Ella Allen, Borsra, Connecticut. 9, sixth in the junior show to 12,262, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Again, we're now showing our second class of February ewe lambs.
ewe lamb I'm going to start with. I'll be the first to admit I'm not wild about it, how any of my top three walk. For me, the ewe lamb I'm going to start with, I think she puts the most good things together as far as her waist, her shoulder lays. She stays tight at the point of her shoulder. She comes into a good rack. She's flat in her loin and comes into a big hip and got more muscle than anything else we got in class when you stand behind her. The ewe in second, a bigger structured kind of ewe, a ewe that's good down her top line as far as she's good out over her loin and out through her hip. A ewe, when I get her into motion, she wants to get a little bit more push forward on her front leg. She wants to open up more in the top part of her shoulder than I care for, and she gets a little bit restricted. The ewe in third, another ewe. When I get her into motion, she wants to open up in the top side of her blade too. And when you get standing in behind her and start analyzing her, there's just not near as much of her from the 13th rib back compared to the two right above her in class today. The ewe in four, a ewe, for me, this doesn't balance up quite as well. When you get your hands on her, she shortens up quite a bit from her 13th rib back compared to the ones right above her today. She has more center part of her stifle than the one in front of her. What keeps her in fourth today for me is when I get my hands on her, she's quite a bit shorter handling than the three right above her in class today. We round out the class in the ewe in five. A ewe is probably the smallest structured as far as featured in her bone work as we got in the top five. When you get your hands on her, she narrows up the most of any of thing we got in the top five. Just need to blow her apart, open her up more in her cage compared to the ones above her today to get her any higher.
Our next class will be our March and later born ewe lambs. Placing on Class 2 of our February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 953, Clark 2560, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 127. Second place to 962, Sunrise 1491. Sunrise Southdowns, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 159. Third place to entry number 957, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. That ewe weighed 142. Fourth place, first in the junior show to 955, Wilds 2512, Chanel, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Fifth place to entry 958, Rhodes Southdowns, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. Sixth, second in the junior show to 956, Sunrise 1477, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. Seventh place, third in the junior show to 961, Vanessa Robinson, Swansea, New Hampshire. Fourth in the junior show to Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. 9-5 in the junior show to 954, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 6th in the junior show to 952, Taylor Ruido, Colchester, Connecticut. So here we go with the final trivia question for the Oxfords. Well, we'll do the Southdowns then. In 1995, 30 years ago, who exhibited the champion and reserve champion ram as well as the champion and reserve champion ewe here at the Big E in the Southdown show? The clue is that the Hopkinses bought a buck from them and the Thayers and used that buck for several years. Debbie said to go ahead and add that Kay killed her, or killed that ram. Kay killed that ram. Another clue is this breeder's was from West Virginia. Kevin got that. It was FR Farms of Marlintown, West Virginia.
I'm going to start with. For me, I think she just transitions better from her clear back her top line. When you get your hands on her, she's super smooth. She stays really true and structurally sound. When you get her into motion, you get your hands on her. Once again, she doesn't disappoint you. She got a really nice touch to her. She's big and full outer loin, hooks up into her hip loin juncture. Really, really good. The ewe lamb in second. Maybe I'll be at first. She is a little wider sprung. She's got more stifle shape from center to center. For me, when I get her into motion, I need to relax her spine a little more compared to our ewe lamb we win the class with. I'd like to tidy her up just in the bottom side of her chest floor a little bit compared to our ewe lamb we win with too. Come next in line, a ewe lamb just frails up a little bit for me on her bone work today compared to the two right ahead of her. A ewe lamb, when you get her, asked her to go in motion, she travels really free and easy. A ewe lamb really gets out and strides nice. She touches nice. A ewe lamb, when you start analyzing her, like I said, just like stouting her up in her bone work a little bit. Maybe I'd like to just change the lower part of her shoulder just a nickel compared to the two right above her once again when you get her into motion. Probably the yearling ewe for next year is a ewe I got standing here in 4. A ewe lamb is super pretty. She's long, geek necked, skinny, got a really good shoulder in her, gets out and moves tremendous. Problem is today, there just isn't enough of her remotely compared to the 3 right above her today to get her up any higher in class for me. The ewe round out the class, a little bigger structured ewe lamb. When I get this ewe lamb and ask her to go into motion, she wants to get lower in the front third of her body. She gets up in her spine for me too much. She gives up too much from her hooks to her pins compared to the ones above her today to get her up any higher in class. Nice class of late ewe lambs.
Next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Southdown show. First place and open first in the junior show, 965, San Meadow 2519. That ewe weighing 112 pounds. Second place to entry number 973, Clark 2593. Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 121. Third place to entry number 970, Anna Weber, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. That ewe weighing 127. Fourth place to entry 972, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Fifth to entry 979, Alyssa Niquette of Deerfield, New Hampshire. Sixth place, second in the junior show to 966, San Meadow 2520, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Third in the junior show to 964, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. Eighth place to 971, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. Ninth place to 963, John Buffington. 10, fourth in the junior show, 968, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. And 11 to entry number, and fifth in the junior show to 977, Emily and William Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place, Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 4, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Fifth place to Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Sixth place, Alyssa Niquette, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 7, Kevin Rhodes, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Eighth place to John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. 9, Amelia Withington, Baltic, Connecticut. 10, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. And 11 to William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut. Now showing for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe.
Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for this junior drive. There's one female I really liked in class. I still like her quite a bit. She hit me pretty hard. She'll be your junior champion. And I think it gets a lot closer. You can kind of shuffle them up the way you'd like and justify probably where you want to land with the reserve. I'll go out and I'll show you the one I like, and then I'll get you a reserve.
Our junior champion ewe goes to entry 9:45 out of the early class of February ewe lambs. Miniter 2526. Miniter Southdown's Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. The reserve junior champion went to the first place from the January ewe lamb class. Entry 936. Clark 2510. Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
I'm really, really happy with the 4 I got out here. Like I've said before, this breed's pretty near and dear to my heart. It has been for several years, and I really am happy with these individuals. They look like Downs for one. They got enough muscle into them. They get out, they travel, they're white at the ground. They hold themselves together, and each one of these 4, they look like ladies. I'll go out, I'll show you the 2 I like. Haven't really made up my mind yet, I'll just be honest. I been shuffling it through my head, and you could justify and go however you'd like, but like I said, I'm really happy with the 4 I got out here, and it's been an honor to sort this deal. This show's always been really tough. I'll go out and I'll show you the 2 I like, not taking anything away from the other 2 that don't get a piece of it.
Grand Champion ewe for our Southdown show goes to 917. 917 was our senior champion out of the early fall ewe lamb class. Clark 24179. Brady Clark, Gilman in New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion is 945, our junior champion out of the early February ewe lamb class. Miniter 2526. Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. This time we need to show for our junior show champion and reserve champion ewe. We do want to thank the sponsors that we had for our junior champion ewe and grand champion ewe classes. The sponsor of our grand champion ewe award was John Buffington, Alanda Farm of North Dighton, Massachusetts. The sponsor of the award for our reserve grand champion was Chris Farms, Titan Feeds, Scotland, Connecticut. The Junior ewe champion award, Junior champion ewe award, was provided by the Northeast Southdown Breeders Association. And the Reserve Junior Champion ewe award was sponsored by KDW Southdown, South Windsor, Connecticut. For our junior show, our Junior Show Grand Champion ewe award is sponsored by Chris Farms, Titan Feeds, Scotland, Connecticut. And our Junior Show Reserve Grand Champion ewe award, sponsored by Sand Meadow Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Let's give these juniors a nice round of applause. I'll go out and I'll show you the two I like the best for your junior show. Once again, been a really nice show and it's been fun.
Our junior show champion ewe is 932. 932 coming out of the January ewe lamb class. Wilds 2505 champ William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. The reserve junior show champion ewe is 955 from the early February from the late February ewe lamb class. Wilds 2512 Chanel, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Now ready to show best-headed ewe. Best-headed ewe will be your next class. Sponsor of the best-headed ewe class and award is Lauren and Katie Drum of Pleasant Valley, New York. Best headed ewe goes to entry 925, Foxfield 2517. Jessica Leary Casavan, Oakham, Massachusetts. That came out of the early fall ewe lamb class. Now showing exhibitors flock. The award for this class is sponsored by Sand Meadow Farm, Ellington, Connecticut. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place goes to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place to Miniter Southdowns, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 4 to Jessica Larry Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 5 to Alyssa Niquet of Deerfield, New Hampshire. 6th place to Oliver Nicholson of Ellington, Connecticut. 7, Kevin Rhodes, Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 8th place, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. 9, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. 10th place, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. And 11 to Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Now ready for breeder's flock. The breeder's flock class and the award is sponsored by KDW Southdowns of South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the breeder's flock, first place goes to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place to Nick Miniter, Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Fourth place, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Fifth place, Jessica Leary Casaban, Oakham, Massachusetts. Sixth place, Kevin Rhodes, Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. And 7, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. Now we're ready to show Get of Sire. And this class, the award is sponsored by Northeast Southdown Breeders Association. Following this class, the Get of Sire class, we will select our Supreme Champion Southdown before announcing our premier exhibitor for both the Open and the Junior Show and the premier breeder for the Open Show. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place goes to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second, Nick Miniter, Southdowns of Lebanon, Indiana. Third, to Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Fourth place, Jessica Leary Casaban, Oakham, Massachusetts. 5, Emily and William Wilds of Willington, Connecticut. Sixth place, Brooklyn Gould, North Yarmouth, Maine. And 7, to John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. Again, we're now ready to show for Supreme Champion Southdown. And Don and Deborah Hopkins and family of North Scituate, Rhode Island, sponsor this class and offers a revolving trophy in memory of Donald Grant for the Supreme Champion Southdown overall.
there ain't many people left around, but exhibitors in the barn. But I really did enjoy sorting the down show for you guys. Like I said before, kind of near and dear to my heart. I've been lucky enough to put my name on that trophy of Don's 3 times, and it's been an honor each time I've done it. So I don't take this lightly. I'm really happy with the 2 that come out for this deal. For me, I picture in my head the one that can go on, make a change for the breed, or even go on come November and play down there in Louisville. For me today, I'm going to stick with my fall ewe lamb. It was Champion Ewe. She'll be your supreme Southdown.
Supreme Southdown goes to entry 917. 917 came out of the fall ewe lamb class, which would have been the class of early fall ewe lambs. Clark, 24-179, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. And we are now ready to announce the Premier Exhibitor Awards. The Open Show Premier Exhibitor Award goes to Nick Miniter, Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. The Open Show Premier Breeder Award goes to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. And the Junior Show Premier Exhibitor, the award sponsored by KDW, Kevin and Donna Woolham, Southdowns of South Windsor, Connecticut, goes to Oliver Nicholson of Ellington, Connecticut. That does conclude the Southdown show for this evening. We will be back in the ring tomorrow morning when we introduce the polled Dorsets at 9 a.m.